then
I
underneath.
am ready.
All right. Let's get the show on the road. Now.
Let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, let's chainsaw some hell. Oh wait, wrong day.
Don't worry. That'll be Friday.
Got it.
If you can make it, but of course, probably not for too long because we'll go. Well, demand.
Sir?
I mean, but not for too long because Rugal demanded, like him to show off Strife.
One of my favorite Doom Engine games, Strife Quest for the Sigil.
Hey, Bass.
Very, very good.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Ralios is not here.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll get his big thing. All right. And
don't forget to share the screen.
I haven't forgotten.
Take your time.
Oh,
Slow down. Don't rush.
God.
Only
What?
reminding.
Wait. Ah, shit. The frames dropped.
Oh, crap.
Wait. Oh, just for a little bit. That was just some frames. I don't know what just happened.
It was like what happened Monday when I was doing FF2.
Wait, what?
Remember there was parts where like it was dropping, like you said, oh, the game's glitching out. I was like, no, it was fine on our end, but on the stream it was frozen.
No, that was on like your Discord. Like there was a Discord streaming issue. Okay. Well then, I got everything all set up. I have my 2 icy pouches.
Nice.
Ooh, I see.
I have a feeling that this is going to be a long case.
Oh, it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna
Wait,
happen.
everybody who has played this game knows how long this is going to get.
Yeah, like more so than the Mad on Guard case.
Yeah.
This game was fun. I will say. I always loved
Well,
the way Mac on Guard ended.
well,
So
Enjoyed it.
to everybody here, get a nice cozy blanket, a nice long snack, and at least a couple of bottles of water on hand.
I'm
Yeah,
ready.
I'll probably finish soda later.
yeah, just let me hydrate first.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby, number 1.
Okay, Sergio.
All right. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning,
You're
Pearls.
sounding a little quiet out there, Sergio.
Yeah, Sergio's turning himself
Oh, sorry. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple at this time. She's required to be here in court by law.
Then how come she's not here in the defense lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange.
It is.
Oh,
If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby.
it may not be.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Edgeworth. That Edgeworth, dude, you okay, bro? What's Iris doing over there?
She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak.
Yeah, nice. Today's testimony, huh?
You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution.
You are. Wait, what?
The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. So I heard.
Francisca Von Karma, what are you up to?
I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today.
Nani? What? Then who is?
Who else would it be but Godot?
Oh yeah, Godot.
Francisca's engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The sacred cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon.
3 hours.
Oh
Got it.
dear.
Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth.
Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow.
You don't have to tell me that.
Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday.
It's strange. On the way here, I decided today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger.
Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
Thanks, homie.
Is Edgeworth smiling?
Partner.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
Take a good look at this, because this never happens.
No.
I still don't
never
have answers for for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunham. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And this,
Hag.
what that woman is really after.
I mean, she's dead now, so.
I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7.
That was a regular judge.
Board is now in session for the trial of Iris Hazakura Temple.
Your Honor, what are you?
Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot.
8.
My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
Don't I know it?
Yeah, he's not going to be appearing anytime soon.
It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us.
Yeah, no bleep, Sherlock.
No.
This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Bell. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Bell, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change.
Poetry
with the
hours
shifting
over.
of time.
Begin the case.
There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world.
Coffee.
Chaos.
The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
That works too.
Yeah,
So,
that.
you forgot him. What do you mean?
I have no idea. During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
The confession. Will fund it?
What is Iris? Why didn't she discuss this with me at first?
Very well. The court will now hear the defendant's confession.
But they may not be right.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Right, Kizu?
But this is there something you want to confess to?
Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it?
I
Mr.
ate
Wright,
the chocolates.
I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually complicit? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Stoneham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? What the? Are you saying you were accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
A new record.
Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder.
Quite shocking.
Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
That's Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket.
Oops.
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Iris was covering for someone. Ugh. Now I'm definitely up a creek without a paddle or a life jacket. Oh, I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but my family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Oh?
What?
Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite.
She's named Maya.
How many times has Maya been on the trial for murder now?
Not out of the car.
Three so far.
Do you want me to answer that?
4 times now?
That,
Dang it.
So, not only did I witness the murder, do you know the name of the murderer?
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. I could never do anything.
The plans are refrained from commenting until the appropriate time.
Oh my god.
Let's hear your testimony. Well, because it's not counter testimony yet. You can't be throwing an objection that quickly.
Even if you know the answer, you can't do that quickly.
The night of the crime. Procedures and
Your
operations.
Honor, I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but damn, I never imagined the case would wind up going this direction.
Phoenix, it could be worse. You could be having to be the attorney for a Typhlosion.
I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike.
Oh.
Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Although I did like that one little piece of fan art that kind of stated that, one Typhlosion does not equate to the entire species.
Let's not discuss that.
yeah, we had that. Well, me and Virgo had that
last night.
off stream, maybe.
Yeah, okay, yeah, let's
What
definitely
are
not
you
talk about that here.
talking about?
The Pokemon
Nothing.
leaks.
Don't ask.
Don't
Don't
ask.
ask.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
This is one of the weirdest way to have a Pokemon leak. Usually, Pokemon leaks will actually reveal some cool concept art,
Mm-hmm.
but this is
I did
completely
love the
opposite.
betas.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's keep going.
The Doom Bible is not. So it was in self-defense?
Yeah, Mystic Elise was one who attacked first.
Hmm.
That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. Sure, it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the Inner Temple that night.
Nope. Mm-mm.
And that person who did go was that woman.
Oh, yeah.
Iris even admitted it.
Well, Mr. Light, why is the same with our cross-examination?
The real murderer. Let's dukes it.
Okay,
Went to the Inner Temple that night.
so are we gonna press every statement?
I think it wouldn't hurt to do so. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the Inner Temple.
Did she now? Too bad for you. What was said yesterday doesn't mean much.
Oh, I beg to differ.
By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go?
In a hospital.
I was in the Inner Temple's training hall.
Private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony.
Says
It actually
you.
does.
That would be properly described as hearsay.
Would agree.
What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
What?
No.
What?
No.
Yeah, that's the running gag.
What?
No,
I
that's
didn't want
Edgeworth.
I didn't want to be
That's
the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
I understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with this testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya. I mean, Miss Faye? Yes, yes. It was a truly frightening scene. Missing Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at that time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was that weapon? And why did you say weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger. And at least Duno tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye.
We already know about that.
Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce.
Haha, the road goes that way.
Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with this testimony? Yes, there is one big problemo. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
But no.
But this
But this witness is their own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Don't do that, boss.
It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
And here's another thing that's going to be carried forward: the judge's diminishing impact for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diminishing power.
Let's
Drew
continue.
the staff away and pulled a dagger.
Alright, so what can we present?
From inside her robe.
Alright, this is obvious. We gotta.
Well, I was to say we had to present.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what we need to present is the staff itself. Yep.
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 Pretty much.
Okay.
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dunham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
I thought I heard something out there.
Miss
Nah.
Dunham throwing. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone.
Well, it's to ward evil spirits.
I mean,
Actually,
he's
you wouldn't
the other
know
end,
this, Sister
it's pretty
Iris.
sharp.
But the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword.
Oh, cane sword.
Oh, nice.
If Elise Newton really had wanted to kill Maya
Sword.
Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already.
Oh, no. Cane swords, who still uses those?
Nobody,
Well,
but they're
Sister
awesome.
Iris, what do you have to say for yourself?
Nice, Chip.
You're welcome.
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat.
Not as much as you
like
think.
that.
No, they're not.
Maybe
Well,
that's
no.
why she chose a dagger over her blade.
Well,
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted, and that is because Miss Elise Dunham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. I think we need to present the profile of Elise Dunham herself, because Elise Dunham, Missy Fey.
Yeah.
Elise Dunham would never have attacked Maya Fey.
No, not her daughter.
How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Dunham. Her real name was Misty Fey.
DL6? Hey!
What?
No, not Misty Fey. Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Oh, this DL6, I'm sorry.
Is it really true?
What do you
Mr.
mean?
Wright?
You were present for that.
Yes, you were, Your Honor.
Was Elise Dunham actually the great mystic Misty?
I was watching Blue's Clues that day, I'm sorry.
There's no...
But you were present. You were even on the first side when we went over the DL6.
There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Oh, that's sad. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she wouldn't do such a thing.
Yeah, Maya did point out that fact.
Borrow card. About sharing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented. One, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight. Who does that? And the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, but taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
I'm hating myself right now because it's like I want to quote a film title, but I'm blanking on it.
Yeah.
Oh, dang gum.
But basic premise is like there was like a logical reason for why mother and daughter had to fight.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing.
There's one little possible thing.
Yeah. You still don't get it.
We sure don't.
You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps.
I just spoke Yoo-hoo, sorry.
Could you get to your point already?
I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
God, man.
I'm the man of your health, my friend.
Yes, boy.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime.
Oh, poor him.
And he discovered
Tonto.
this little beauty.
Yes, dagger, all right.
Well, I mean, like, I just would say looks like a Japanese Tonto. Is that
Yeah,
yeah,
it does.
suffice to say?
Yeah.
It's listed as fruit knife under my investigation. I don't know why.
No, it's called a tanto.
Yeah, Tonto.
I'm just saying that that when he went to file this, somebody labeled it as a fruit knife.
Well, Gumshoe had to cut his orange with it.
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that the month ago, if we look closely, there's a person with blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Up your ass.
Oh, fuck you.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Sorry, guys. Did you investigate?
That soiled knife, that could only be the culprit of that Dirty Dan from that food trading video those Djibouti guys covered.
Oh my! I never thought you would bring that up again.
Making everyone's life in the food industry a living hell.
Oh my god.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Which one? Pine tree.
The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree.
Yes, this
Unfortunately for you, you can't move the camera.
Yeah, what a plot hole right there.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. This pine tree next to this bonsai next to bamboo. What the fuck are you talking about, Godot? I don't see no pine trees.
I know, right?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's in black and white, so we can't see it in color.
It's a pine tree.
It's there. It's just off camera.
My courtyard around my area and my condo is we have pine trees. I know how freaking large, and I know those needles. Anywhere you stick them, they hurt.
Yeah. Take some advice from my Florida man boyfriend.
Milton. So I know.
In the last blow, before the final blow is struck, and sorry,
time where my bullshit is law.
Sorry.
And the last blow is struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Yeah, it just made a beautiful U-turn.
So which means, no, I got it, folks. Mystic Maya in the courtyard with the knife. Got it.
No!
Belongs to the victim, correct?
Do it for the love of everything good and decent.
Well, Colonel Mustard's not on trial. I'm sorry.
Are you even listening, old
What
man?
about General Ketchup?
I'll go Mr. Frank Fouton, for instance.
Sorry.
That was good. That was good.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
First
Go ahead.
heard this confession this morning,
Oh boy.
just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
Are you trying to kill
Didn't you
yourself?
just say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago?
Where did that yourself come from?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
But in any case, the court will accept the dagger with evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. Somebody get that Emma Sky on the phone now!
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Treat her right. Treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab and testing immediately.
Tiger found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now.
Now, DP, I really gotta say I had my record because I was able to quote the Mr. T song, treat her right, mother. Now then.
I've never heard that song in my entire life.
You need to. Oh yeah, it's on Be Somebody or Be Somebody's Fool, VHS tape he did. Testimony we heard had numerous unbelievable yeah, because Sean Baby reviewed it, and that's how I got hooked on, like, I gotta find this tape, and I was able to find it.
Oh, nice.
Huh.
However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we could consider her testimony to be credible.
Quote unquote.
Cute girls never lie.
Oh,
That's rich coming from your witnessing one.
Right there, Sonny Jim.
See, I can't tell if he's being sarcastic. He could be sarcastic here.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Yeah.
I think ever
how
since
can you
he
even
was
say that with a
revealed,
straight
he's been
face,
sarcastic.
Wait, what'd you say, Bass?
Like, Yoda just said that with a straight face, even though he witnessed it before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. All right, guys. For your viewing pleasure later on, you can listen to the entirety of Mr. T's "Treat Your Mother Right."
Gotcha.
I'm afraid to.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court now.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
It was Melina versus Katana.
A battle.
Helena
Maya
versus
stumbled
Katsu.
briefly after being hit over the head with a staff.
Oh!
But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapano.
There goes the weapano again.
Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern.
Uh-oh.
Blood, yo.
Oh, she's running Tonto charge.
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
Okay, I know that you're saying Wapano, but I can't help but just kind of like weirdly morph that to something a little more phallic.
No, don't even.
Hear him say Pepino, and also I'm thinking of Pizza Tower.
Yeah.
That's a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps they were simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
Oh God.
That seems reasonable. You know, they're just mother and daughter meet. They just want to kill each other. No, that's proceed with your cross-examination. Yeah.
See my mother in 17 years.
No,
Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
yes.
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the guard stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind.
From this camera angle, specifically.
It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
That was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
She pulled out the chair and slammed it over her head.
What happened to the victim's staff then?
I am not sure. The area was very dark, so I couldn't really see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
That doesn't make sense.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike. But Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet.
Oh, I don't know. I feel a good number of that has been kind of strange.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Whoa.
Exactly, that was a hold it burp.
You're saying that Maya Fey turned tables on the victim.
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at that time. After all, her life was in danger. She was in goblin mode.
I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya
Goblin
cornering
mode?
someone at knife point, it's just silly.
That was very silly. Oh, silly.
Silly. That's silly indeed.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
Whatever you say, Metal Gear Solid.
I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified.
No, not Gray Fox.
Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
Oh, shut up. You're the one who started it.
He never made any animal analogies. Anyway.
Any moo.
So, after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone ladder, what happened next?
Misty Fey activated her trap card magic cylinder.
Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost?
99%.
The garden was dark. What do you expect? I couldn't really tell who was who.
What did you just say?
Who
What
made
did you just say? So, in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Uh-oh.
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elise Dunham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah.
Not really.
I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Oh, it will come into play sooner or later.
It is continue with their testimony. Oh.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The two of them face each other, and then, the two of them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think we...
Flip it up way.
Stab is here.
Yeah, so let me look at this real quick. That's
When she stabbed, but then he's like, "Are you sure about that?" Well, it was somebody. I don't know.
excuse me.
Oh,
yeah, we just need to present the autopsy report. Because think about it. Because we already know who died. So
yeah.
You were right.
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Like, you're wiggity whack.
Is that really Iris?
That
Maybe.
girl ain't right.
Until now, I think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
Damn it, Phoenix.
What do you mean? What's wrong about my testimony?
According to you,
Sorry, I know Vass is enjoying that icy. I can hear it.
Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
That's, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back.
Uh-oh.
No.
And this proved that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris,
Get this
It appears another
real
seed of doubt has been sprouted from
Yeah.
your testimony.
That's supposed to work.
It's simple.
So simple.
People are like books. They've all got a front and a back. You get my drift.
Not all
This
books.
time, too, they break it.
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
No! Could you please knock it out with the cheesy proverbs and the illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people's fighting being mother and daughter, and on top of that, she's falsely claiming the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean?
I mean, we are on the last case of the game.
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee.
Oh my god.
I'm uncertain of that number.
But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses.
Also, a very highly sensitive tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Let's get a down and explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly.
I thought that didn't matter to do.
Dude, that is more reason to doubt her testimony.
Even more.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is that this is an entirely text-based game. We've read her testimony. There's a lot of inconsistencies.
What's a text-based game? What's a game? What are you talking about?
Wait, I'm the only one that's been seeing this? What is my life?
You are.
Yes.
It's a lie.
And let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Really? Yeah, it's a long one. Let's keep going.
All right.
Yeah.
A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Correct.
Oh, yes. They keep saying the obvious.
Light.
Yes.
Yagami.
By the way, did you
Takanova.
know Hazakura has a new rule on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training. The stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for.
Well, that's true. Some of the witnesses have been able to see the crime more clearly.
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
Yes, you did faint.
It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
But wait, the training hall lights would have technically been blocked off due to.
Oh, here we go.
tavern.
Light jokes. We're getting light jokes.
That illuminating fact has
Yes.
chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other.
That's rather dim of you to say.
Yeah.
We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak.
Glowing response.
Isn't that right, trite?
Why does he keep rhyming?
Somebody on the translation team was really fond of that.
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence.
Brings in a stone lantern.
I had it in my pocket. Boom! Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Lantern in the inner temple garden was not lit the night of the crime, yo.
Don't get any bright ideas.
Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot?
That's what I heard. There's something about it.
Hmm?
It says AM. Why? It's written in blood. AM. Who's AM?
Oh boy.
So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood.
It says Maya upside down. AM.
What the?
Oh, yes, that's right.
Oh, I
That's
thought.
right.
How could you not have noticed that?
After being cornered by
Oh, it was brought up in case 3, and I don't blame you for forgetting that. But Godot cannot see red.
Oh,
You can't see red on a
Yeah,
white,
true.
background, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
His eyes, the device helps him see.
Yeah, after being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been riding that on the stone lantern behind her. With that blood that was draining out of her body.
It wasn't the pink sauce.
Funny thing is, it wouldn't work that way. Because she would have
Stop wire.
she would have written it properly though.
Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
The message written... We're talking about the message written on the...
Nonsense.
Max is enjoying that icy.
This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Could it be... You can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I can't see everything.
Thing.
So that's what he meant by that.
No, but in any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot.
Okay then. Let's move on.
And have an idea afterwards.
Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I'm literally shaking right now.
He was smoldering after that.
I believe it has
not too well.
been established that Miss Stodum was killed by Maya Fair.
That's just wrong!
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
You're the killer, Phoenix.
Sir?
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Sister Iris's cover-up. Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect her, the future master of Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the Hazakura Temple end. I used the Shishido to alter the way the moon looked.
So you moved the body. Hey, Vass, you enjoying that icy?
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm glad we're not the only one that still calls it an icy. Apparently they call them Frosties these days. I'm just thinking, am I a boomer?
Frosty, no, I thought Wendy said the trademark of Frosty.
Yeah, Wendy says Frosties. Like, we still have slushies and ices. We still call those that.
Ices are still a thing.
Yeah, and
Never went out of style.
yeah, and
Anyways,
I'm old.
Wendy's now has the copyright to the Krabby Patty.
Lovely.
Oh yeah, they do that.
Yeah, but everybody does. But everybody has agreed that it's actually kind of
Sucks.
a mediocre job.
Of course.
Yeah, anyways.
Aww.
Yes. I was raised in the House of Grand Temple.
It's a
I owe a
plankton
great
patty
deal
after all.
thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dunham was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible technical fight.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the Inner Temple after taking care of the body. But
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
The story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. White, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Alright, let's dukes this.
Cover up. Vast, do you have a caramello ready?
No, I don't have it anymore.
Oh.
By the way, really quick, you guys don't hear any background noise on my mic, right?
No, it's just all I hear is this Vast drinking the Slurpee.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, we're not blaming you, Bass. We're not-
No, we're not.
No, I'm actually serious. Like, do you guys hear any
No,
background noise?
we don't hear the dogs. No, the dogs aren't out.
Alright, cool.
No, we don't hear anything.
So you waited until everything was over before making a move.
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising she was a little timid.
Most, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching blurs argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
And that will never change.
It wasn't until Miss Maya saw me that it finally dawned on me that on her what she had done.
That was my duty to protect the future Master Korean tradition. So then, you knew that the significance of the name of Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Okay, that's it for that. You didn't have help.
So, why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Miss Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You
removed her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
Snow, huh?
What?
Something, well, because the snowmobile, for one thing. No, not that.
Nah.
Just that when she was like, oh, thank goodness for the snow, so I'm like, okay, then that means she used the snowmobile, but we don't know when she used the snowmobile if she was to pull, try to get a body to move.
It's pretty amazing you could have made it all the way across that rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
No, it is not.
Oh, wait. I think we're supposed to bring up the fact that at that point the bridge was on fire.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
No.
Oh, it's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
Okay.
But there's one other thing that bothered me.
So he's immune.
Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River?
Yeah.
That's a good argument. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
And plus, it would be easier to cover up the crime.
I thought that it would still cause too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me.
But then, why did you make the crime scene another place?
We'll get to that later.
Really?
For the time being. Anyway, What did you do after you crossed the bridge?
Okay, here we go. Carry it back.
I think this one is simple. So, then I use a snowmobile. The tracks.
Nope.
No. I think we need to press. Yeah, we need to press it because we definitely need to press it. The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Thanks, Edgeworth.
Yes, I had the key. I used a snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details?
Yes.
Yes, about the snowmobile. About the tracks.
The tracks.
If you really did move her body by snowmobile, there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, most likely you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that.
Girl, do you not see? Oh my god.
Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
Snow was still falling.
Why did you go
Murder
little
took
Zoidberg
place.
there?
It had already stopped.
The judge takes off his mask and reveals that he's actually Zoidberg the entire time.
Why not?
And that's why there were such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
It's very important.
It's very important.
When the murder took
very
place,
important.
the snow had
Blow a
already
hole in it.
stopped. It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made be added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
Oh, absolutely. All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. You. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
There's no business like show business.
Yes, sir.
Like snow business at night.
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already been stopped.
Alright, so let's look at the evidence.
Yeah.
Weather. Well, no.
Weather
Nothing
report?
to report.
Nope, that was not it.
Darn. Father Pucci will still need to be taken care of later then.
He's still out in Florida. Can't use it yet.
I think we... Wait, what about the weather data?
I did that.
Okay, so...
They're one and the same.
Okay, then what we need to do... Oh god, this is one of those ones.
Oh, wait.
Where we have to present...
Hold on. By the time the murder took place... Okay, so we have to pull up the... We have to put... Actually, I think... Yeah.
No, I think what we need to do is this: is that we did the right thing in pressing her on this statement, pressing her on the previous on that previous statement, and then saying that this is very important. But we also need to go back to our other statement and press on that because that presents a contradiction.
Exactly. About the snowmobile?
So, so this is the last statement. Let's go to the fourth statement. 6, 5, 4. No, I think that was the fourth.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's right behind me all the way across the Dusky Bridge.
Then press it.
Alright, let's...
Press on
We
the...
already did it. Yeah, we already did that.
No, let me think. I'm trying to think here. Because I know we're on the right path. We're on the right line of logic, but really quick. Damn it. So what? Yes, this. We had to do this. Press it right here. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across that rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
But there's one clear thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eel River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I know. So back at that 4 statement, because they're gonna repeat themselves. Yeah. Yeah. So that 4 statement, Vass, that's the time that you show the weather statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I dragged it. Yeah.
Okay.
That's for the weather statement.
Alright, we were on. Okay.
We were on the right evidence.
Yeah, okay.
We needed to have that one statement there to
about the tracks.
Yeah, so we were on the right path. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
Thank you, Doppler reports.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why? Why would you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning by the hands of Zeus and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire?
Yes, by the hand of Jupiter.
You didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
Yes, and thus, due to Thor's anger, you couldn't have crossed that bridge.
Yeah,
Kratos and Zeus were just beating the shit out of each other.
Every god just smacking down that bridge.
It looks like
every god that's tied to thunder. Anyway.
Yeah.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out.
Oh, you got a second, Vass? Oh, Vass needs something. And he left. I can hear his door close. Yeah.
Yeah, give him a moment.
Right.
Give him a moment.
All right,
welcome back.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No.
Yes.
And then wins.
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
But assuming my patience has its limit. Many put in lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say, Brother Thumb?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Yes! Who could have foreseen this happening?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now.
Squat.
Do a squat, Phoenix.
Alright, let's doing squats now.
Yeah.
Fine.
The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
The best of us, but
whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are 2 facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunham was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunham's body.
He's making a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night.
Oh boy, howdy.
So my memory is still somewhat hazy.
No. You have stood at the witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
It's only human to err.
No, it's to err is human.
If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court.
Oh, what is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was
and
found
here it
in the
is.
temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Actually, well, not exactly, no, but yes. I know there must be some other way to get she got across that burnt out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, well, we'll never know the truth.
But Ned, you have the truth in your hands.
Oh, no.
Is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Dude, like, bro, homie, dog.
Then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
Oh, can I strangle her, please?
You have a minute that you move the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony?
No.
Never.
Moving the body.
And walking over the bridge, there was no way to move the body. So, I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
And there it is.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
So, it was just a misunderstanding. I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. The lightning blast? I wouldn't describe it as a whatever.
Blast.
It was taken on the morning after the incident.
Lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt.
Magic missile! Stick to snake.
And certainly was burned to a
Claw.
more than the suspension wires even stopped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. But it would be impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition.
Dusky Bridge photo taken in the morning after the crime. Once I do something to discredit this testimony, oh, dude, it's easy. It's gonna be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder.
It will be easy as applesauce.
I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err.
No, it's to err as human.
And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more
that's
sense he
actually right.
makes, the less sense he makes.
Yep.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Present Larry's picture on the final statement.
Yeah,
Yep.
that should be easy. Blah blah blah, dabby dabby doo.
Ooh-dubby, yep.
Dabby dee dabby die. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. We wouldn't exactly rule out I wouldn't exactly rule out that possibility, actually.
But
You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible at your claim is that it's being pulled out of thin air.
Like, actually, no. I don't know about
Actually,
that.
it's more like parchment.
In any case, we have a witness who did see what happened.
what's this?
You phosphorus? What?
2 pluses. How is it? Who's this witness?
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go, 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 Power Rangers! Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Maurice Dunham, this
Dunham head.
Apprentice?
Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was in the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Wake me up before you go. Are you serious?
Kidding, right?
It's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Boy, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Yes.
If anything,
The
it should
judge looks
be
like he's about to blow a
masterful.
gasket.
This artwork is terrible. You should be ashamed whoever did this.
Well, Troy, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does the sketch prove anything?
I am personally sending this sketch to Bluey and Co. so that they can laugh at it.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down.
Good idea, Godo.
Yeah, that's the secret to this image.
Oh, here it goes again.
If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Okay.
Upside down. Why did Godo say that twice?
Upside down. Alright, then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I don't think the old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Maurice Dunham is evidence of exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh.
Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh. You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
I have any evidence that the victim flew through the air.
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet.
Oh, that was no, that was in Da Vinci's garden.
I wish they had.
I thought you'd like that callback, Vess.
Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
Okay, we dodged a bullet. We don't. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way.
Upside down. Alright, done.
Oh, I see.
It's okay.
Oh, you were supposed to do that, yeah.
But we're supposed to
the contradiction. The contradiction that the painting's upside down.
Yeah.
A complete contradiction. Yeah.
Okay, we dodged a bullet. Something is obviously whack about the sketch, yo.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No. That's not what's wiggity. I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Dunham stated over and over that this sketch was exactly what as he saw it.
Upside down.
However, if we were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality?
Reality is an
This is
illusion.
getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again.
Look, Godot, we just didn't realize that Larry was a student at Wayside School, so everything was upside down to him.
So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
The bridge is upside down.
Yeah, the bridge is upside down.
It's the wire connected to the bridge.
The wire.
Is that the thing that contradicts reality?
Plus humans can't fly, so...
It is indeed.
Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with.
And we show the burnt bridge.
Burnt bridge.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, Dusky Bridge. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute.
Upside down.
Hold on, I think
you're
I
right.
know my name.
Uh-oh. We may need to have VaStar step in.
I got it. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
All right.
In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard's wire. But on the actual Dusky Bridge...
Jumper Jehoshaphat! That's my favorite Rise of the Triad level.
The wires are below the guard wires.
What? What? Hold up. The sketch is somewhat different than what's reflected in the photo. Howard? Is it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong?
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
Wrong.
With someone like Glorious, I'd admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you saying you know the answer to that?
Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was in the Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited like the simp he was, and finally he laid down.
He overdosed.
I never get
some
love.
Scooby snacks.
But then lightning shoots from the sky. And trust me, I know that feeling. I actually have a story about that. And the bridge is set aflame. Okay. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must
There's
have
a
been
reason
at the
I've
time.
been shown like this.
He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. Just flip the son bitch around, and then this is what you get. This is the reason why the wires on the sketch go up instead of down.
Oh!
No way.
Larice Unum witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
So then, the sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Dunham's sketch is like this.
Finally!
Thank you. It's almost thrown off the bridge.
This is how it should have looked. This is how it should actually look.
It was flying in the air. It just, yeah, it still depicts someone flying.
The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below.
Yeah, that sick hang glider.
That's right, just like a pendulum.
Which we can actually see if we look at the Burnout Bridge.
Squish.
Of all the things to say, a pendulum?
This bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no other way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have been a cause for problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And my god, a pendulum was the only way to get it done because this is a huge enchilada.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we?
Yes.
The Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds about right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Hey, now you're working with, like, MacGyver.
The lightning strike, that lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
It is a suspension bridge.
The baptized was plus an explanation to support one theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
And once again, I believe we present the Dusky Bridge.
Dusky Bridge.
Photo, yeah.
The
photo with the hanging wire.
Yep. The meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Oh! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
Yeah.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunham's body. Oh, damn.
Oh, wow.
Because there was simply no other way to remove the body.
I can tell you via physics that does not work. You
Oh,
would
wait a
not
minute. We need a
height.
science lesson. We need a science lesson from Relios. Let me redeem that.
No.
Oh my god, it's pressing.
I'm going to this channel. I'm redeeming that right now.
Oh no.
Mr. Gano! Same time Mr. Gano is more focused on his coffee than answering my question.
And yet he's still drinking.
It seems the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask.
Mission Impossible!
There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum?
Crystal sphere.
Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at that map, we can see it. See, it's one of the. It's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
That was the spot where the criminal.
Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here.
Let's look at this chart, shall we?
Whoosh!
$1 billion?
It was dropped on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Is this like flop?
Yes. Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that had happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from some distance.
Blam!
What kind of evidence? Take a look at this. The autopsy report. And it says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
That'd be all.
Dude, this woman went through a lot. She must have suffered.
Her body. Oh.
Yeah.
No, it's literally she just became Weekend at Bernie's.
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was not loose. Then that's... Yes, this was an amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more important, the place where the crystal sphere was found.
Dude, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found? Ah!
Precisely, Your Honor. The very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. White. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive production, Mr. White. Most impressive.
Ow!
Mr. White?
Yeah.
I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down.
Okay, cool. Hold on then. They're passing you another one.
Go chip past him another.
That was dark and bitter guess you made, trite. But you forgot one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma.
Ugh, what now?
What the fuck am I talking about?
Yeah.
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
Yep, that is true.
And then Cookie Mama comes out of nowhere and goes, "Objection!"
The rest, the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more, please?
Actually, that would be Javanese.
Yep. Japanese.
That was good.
Wow.
That was a good one, Raleigh.
I surprised myself with that.
You should do.
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
That accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusty Bridge. So, Who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Let's get on with prep. Let's can't put the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then. Be pleased, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple?
It was Iris.
It had to be Iris. Can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. With her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Trite, are you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter blood.
Are you sure about that?
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Goggle? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple. Desecrating the corpse of the victim. My goodness, that is so horrible.
Yeah.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if that event was in two different places at the same time.
Mr. Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave me your testimony?
I mentioned what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it was now a fact that it was occurred. Something you should have already known.
No. I have no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Irish to begin with.
What? I mean, how can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness is an Iris of Hazakura Temple?
No, you could say it's a ghost witness.
Are you serious, Trite?
Nope, that's the other game, Ghost Trick.
You...
No.
You mean this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing here at this witness stand is... Her real name is...
Okay, hold on.
This
pretty much all the
bitch.
See, I was not wrong. I said the correct thing.
Yep.
I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Bells, but bells nonetheless. Tubular bells.
It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name's Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
Dasher. Oh, Dasher, you get a line.
That's you.
Dasher?
Give him a moment. Give him a moment.
No, again.
Okay, I can do it.
It's all mine. No, because remember you did the southern accent. The honor, it's all mine, Your Honor. No, bro, it's all mine. I'm just simple southern lawyer. Well, according to this, Dr. Hawthorne is already dead. Because her execution was carried out last month.
And thus we have the ghost.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
Wait a minute. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of?
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body.
The Korean channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that?
That's right, Your Honor. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
And can you guess who that is?
We'll find out.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was.
Well, if you're going to put things that way, then, well, yes. Absolutely.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened.
I mean, that's the whole premise of Ace Attorney.
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It was all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, your mama, Morgan Fay, now's not the time. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple.
Two of them?
Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that Iris' sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Bitch.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
I call shenanigans.
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike.
And that is horrible. That is...
It was later that the body was moved by Pendulum.
Alright, that's her.
That's
God
right.
dang it.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
And yet,
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Oh, thank goodness.
It looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the iris here is the same one from the other night.
Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous.
Yes.
Yeah,
we sure are.
You're gonna hate me for it.
Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
What places?
I don't think so, but
Yep.
To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
it doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Almost like the time she was arrested at Kazakura Temple. Have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
There is one. There is one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, mind yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris' whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, what was it? How would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to move freely was...
The dog.
Oh, Edgeworth. No, it's because remember the hurricane.
Earthquake.
Earthquake.
Yeah, it was me. That's a
natural disaster.
Isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday. There was there not?
Earthquake?
Shake.
Oh my goodness! The inner temple has got a trailer,
I love how Discord cut you off just as it was beginning to white out.
How could I have? She fled. She escaped.
Hamster.
We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time.
As evident by the 4 additional locks.
When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
Find it up already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No person in his right mind will consider the idea of...
Be quiet.
Hey, bitch.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. Right, Kizu? That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne, in my current profession, permanently retired.
Retired.
Ooh.
So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead.
Why would
There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
Damn.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. To be continued.
Alright! Let's go!
Alright. So, right now we know that that's Maya.
Well, you know what this means, don't you?
Blues Clues?
Somebody shoot Dahlia Hawthorne in the head.
There's a courtroom, and you know who we can call? We're gonna call the officers.
We need Dante Lucifer.
I like how I was just able to set up the beat for that.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been drinking, and the alcohol might be hitting a little bit.
Oh
but,
shit!
Good.
Let's
I'm not
go.
allowed. I
We
don't
got
allow
this.
myself to drink.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's go.
Well, hey.
Vast been getting a brain freeze from the ices, so you're in luck.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Robble.
Well, then let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, what does...
Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, seems if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
Why?
Let's hear your testimony.
Max.
Tell us about the plane that was carried out that night.
The plan. Oh damn! The music is different.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Are you sure about that?
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that...
Watch yourself, trite. You've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules that I just made up right now.
Oh, if only this was Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Oh, that would be easy.
That's one of my rules as well, and one of Dora the Explorer's too.
To kill Maya, could it be true?
Oh, absolutely.
Who else would it?
The plan.
Like, honestly.
The whole plan began with my okay. Okay, so... Okay, I think we have to press on all of her statements.
Okay.
And here's a little something for you guys. So
You were
that
executed last month,
for you to
correct?
enjoy.
Yes.
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? And when did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see, so that's when you discussed the plan.
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well.
You should have.
Even though I'm her own daughter.
Oh,
all to make Pearl Fay to make the Master Crane?
Pearl is precious, must protect.
She's a cold, twisted bitch. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the Master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
Fucking insane.
You know what they say, the long puts the man start and fix the ruin.
Keep pressing, Vess.
Yep.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Why me?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
Oh, excuse me.
You and your twin sister Iris?
That is correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple.
Oh,
you mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who had also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Wow.
How horrible.
The real horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman.
With
It
the
was her
mushroom hair.
stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Faye. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Faye had escaped, kept all of her broken hopes and dreams onto one poor child's back.
A child's back who was unaware of the actual intentions.
All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Or for it to work.
Sounds like a skill issue. Like you said.
Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
The funny thing is that it wouldn't have mattered anyway, since both Pearl and Maya could do the same technique, as we have seen with Maya.
Yeah, but Pearl is much more stronger doing it than Maya.
Yeah.
But do keep in mind that on the night, Pearl was not able to channel the spirit.
Because guess what? Dahlia was already channeled into Maya.
Yep, so that means, anyways, we'll get to that. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That is all.
It's a good thing that she's not in the stands.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that?
Keep going.
Yeah.
You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know about anything. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job.
But then it was used as gravy.
In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
I wouldn't be sure about that.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to the Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
Why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, wasn't she?
Ugh. Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Well, he's half right.
Really? You're the foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny?
Oh, that knife twist.
Yeah.
Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete, your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. I had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing but to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, but being the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would have a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead.
So when it gets to, do you understand? Yeah, we know why. It's been her rival ever since the beginning, Vass. Nope.
Yeah.
Go to profiles. What was her rival ever since the start of this game?
Mia Fey. Yeah.
Yes, her
She wants to get
rival.
revenge on Mia Fey.
Because Mia was the only one that ever caught her.
Yep. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? Ugh. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore.
Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
Did you want to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey.
You needed a more harsher death.
I somehow knew this was it.
Oh yeah, DP, I hope you like what I put in No Mic.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain as she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
And, I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
How do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most.
I always thought the it kept living on.
Oh, trust me. As much as I've studied the human mind a lot, and the ego is a very powerful and dangerous thing.
I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that, you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey.
No. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But a troubled plan, troubled, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me.
Are you sure about that?
That night...
pearls.
At about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on the demon warding hood.
Isn't that ironic?
Clearly doesn't work.
Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was at least Dunham who channeled her after all.
That ridiculous head nun had never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
Stabby stabby.
No. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean?
Here is where it all comes crumbling down.
Yep.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrolled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of the actual killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
They were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
Well.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
But every cookie eventually crumbles.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then they're saying they were actually confined against a well inside the sacred cavern?
Yes, I want to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? How?
Could it have been Maya?
Nope.
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, when 2 people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls.
Gravy.
Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But it was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
Bye.
Raleigh.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock on back myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. God damn, this woman is evil. Like, evil maxing. I left her away in my place.
We set that up in case 1.
Oh yeah, definitely. I finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually had succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fang.
Well, of course you would have assumed that it was button instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually channeled my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
But what?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
That is?
Matricide.
Matricide. The sin of killing your own mother. Ugh. No way.
Fish kebab.
What is holding this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence in and of itself, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the Inner Temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place that she could be.
Bar.
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Oh, I can think of one other place.
Eagle River.
If Faye killed her long-lost mother, can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever.
Well, we have a contradiction on the defense stand that proves otherwise.
So what do you have to say now, Feeny?
I would rather if you bring the reflecting to
Feeny.
so slowly again. Just for that.
Well, I just love the fact when you said Feeny, that was yeah, Mr. Feeny was from
Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
Gotta love a good tension breaker.
What kind of ringtone is that?
A damn good one. Get out here. Okay. Thanks.
Was it something important?
I just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern.
Wait. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the Sacred Cavern.
Oh, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No.
That would have been that would have been the bad ending to the second game.
Oh yeah.
The flames.
No. Maya's alive, like in the bad ending. I mean, Adrian Andrews is executed in the bad ending of the second game.
No, I thought it was that the killer takes off with Maya. That's the case has come to an end.
No, Maya's returned. Phoenix disappears.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, great.
Phoenix becomes an assassin.
Yep.
And
his
that's
new name as an assassin.
Yep.
is
yeah.
John Wick.
So for this case right now, it just doesn't make sense that Maya would be dead because
who's channeling Dahlia?
Who's channeling
Exactly.
Dahlia?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Let's
Peace out.
Okay, let's continue.
This case has come to an end.
Oh no, we need Ghostbusters.
Luigi.
It appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Oh yeah, enjoy the theme song that I listed in No Mike Dasher. Now we're complicated for what she had done.
Now I need to look up a certain remix.
Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
Can't be.
Eh.
Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible,
Sherlock Holmes.
whatever remains must be the truth.
Sir,
No matter how improbable they may seem.
what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means, if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
Right, that's where she jumped from.
But that is impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What? I think I know where he's going with this.
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Upland claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
The
I'd
map.
say the Hazakura Temple map. Yeah, you
Yep.
hear that? Or the fucking dust?
Yeah, the side on the inner temple has rocks and things
Yeah, so it would block her fall.
raised up.
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than the witness herself. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Huh? Just take a look at this overhead map.
Yeah, Billy trusted you and everything.
As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, they're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
So you finally figured it out.
You... No!
Motor.
You're just playing with me. Maya's face at the bottom... Maya's face body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know this. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. Yep.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
But Phoenix excels in bluffs.
Fine, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is at this very instant? Maya Fey is in this courtroom. There's only one possibility left.
And now for my favorite breakdown.
Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
My Fey is here.
She's in my courtroom.
Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said...
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Doggies are up.
Oh dear.
No, trust me, the dogs are fine. Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why is that? That is obvious. It's profane. That pathetic little smelling runt.
Nope.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
The Sturkio.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Sorry, just been so long.
No worries.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is unclear to you right about now, am I correct? Huh? It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. It was. There was someone who called you before she could, Maya Fey. This is an easy one. Pearl couldn't do it, and Missy Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. Now grab some attention.
You need to improve your deduction skills.
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What?
But how could that be? Remember what the thing that Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey.
That's right. But Maya channeled to spur someone that was trying to kill her.
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason I channeled you in the first place. And there's only one reason. To protect yourself from you.
You dense bitch.
To protect yourself from me?
She made her own ghost trap.
Yes, on the night of the crime, you were the only one who interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that! Oh shit. You're saying that, huh? Dahlia Hawthorne was playing for a fool by that little whelp?
Yes, you are.
Oh, you did.
It's time for the
Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump off into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape to open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. That stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. You could never come up with a plan like that. Who could have even given her such a brilliant idea? Well?
Me, of course.
Oh.
Mia? Mia Fey?
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Nice one.
So, it's true. It was you.
Yes.
There's something else.
What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearl's, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back on the night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
And by Maya Fey.
Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did.
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in a training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in the memo in the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
Gotta love those complimentary pen and papers.
Yep.
Can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
That was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Downey Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in a sacred cavern until help arrived.
So it was Maya who put that look on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
If she had done it, Dolly Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye.
Pearls?
Yes, Pearls didn't probably understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dolly's Hawthorne spirits, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
Blood on the hands.
Yep.
So, that's how it was. Dolly Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
Oh, how dare you! I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What did you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago.
Ah,
Yeah,
yes,
this
that
face.
one.
Fake kidnapping,
Oh,
your
yeah.
very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault!
It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death.
Ironic.
Mm-hmm.
It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny.
You! Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile of your fucking face!
Sorry, but it's trademarked.
And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya escape. Even though she was right there in front of you.
You spinster! How was I supposed to kill Maya Fey? I swear I would!
And if I only had gotten the spiky-haired jerk guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity.
Home for infinite losers.
Yep.
What you said earlier in the trial. You said that there was no way we could punish you. Because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from.
Who's ready for some
For all of
fireworks?
eternity, you have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there's no escape for that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp.
You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of my face body right now.
I love this.
Oh god, just watch this.
Sayonara, bitch.
Because busted makes us feel good.
I'm not ready to go. I'm not ready to go.
Hey, she looked like a Danganronpa character right there, Sircon. Tama.
No, I get a little more Yu Yu Hakusho, but still, I get you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey. Should have never given him that necklace.
Indeed.
Oi!
Maya's okay.
Hey, it's Maya.
Oh,
Don't-
what the hell? My
Don't
head.
worry, we got some
Nick?
burgers for you.
Yes. Fuck this.
Dude.
I don't know why we had some here.
Oh my god, that was...
Not Sturkio. No, then.
Well,
I assume you're the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the secret cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. Then, anyways, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Cadell, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
You ask me, Your Honor? It looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
Seems that Misty Flay wasn't the only victim of this crime. Mark Fair as well as the young Pearl Fair. Both are victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It will be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to settle that start again.
Your Honor.
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. Not to put it nicely, perhaps starting hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique.
Hey, isn't the New Year's issue of Oh Cult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. After all that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will.
I can believe that.
You don't even really understand that world. Just let the different things in it completely. That's where my mother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it like that.
At any rate, it's time to fast start the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Oh,
come on!
Yeah,
Chip.
I knew this was gonna happen.
No.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Glow?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
Are you serious? What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony.
Huh? Dahlia's testimony.
I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Douche. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Just as Dolly Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone else.
That's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunham. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
Over. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's thinking this.
I did say last week that this was about twice as long.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial.
Maya's still on trial.
We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. There
Iris,
literally is.
Yeah, not Maya.
No way.
She was on the other side, but because of the bridge.
Curtis will return for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
Oh God.
The one will
Please
clear
don't
up
be
the
him.
whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Dude.
You're really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event, and will put the final dagger in this case.
No.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
Oh no.
You mean Maya?
Oh shit. Why
You
me?
she can't testify after what she's just been through.
Yeah, she already had a burger infusion, don't worry.
I better.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess.
In 1,000 burgers.
Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's lesson, we will proceed with this trial. In the meantime, I'm watching Dora the Explorer.
Hey, Trite. I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a feigned understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
That is a recurring pattern, yes. You've got some nerve.
He does get better in later games.
But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
Oh.
That's enough. This court is now in recess. Mr. Godot, no swiping.
Too late, he swapped.
2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1.
Give me a soda, I'll be right back.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places. And Iris was inside the Sacred Cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's nothing more important than that, though. I had to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the Secret Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have been spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother, never got any love from her father either.
Eh, fuck her, she didn't deserve it.
Nope.
Yes. It was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me.
Hold on, I'm gonna be right back at it.
Understood.
Okay, so just get
Dahlia had come with me to Husker Temple.
She still would have been just as evil as Marvin.
Oh yeah.
I always loved her. I always loved her. So Dahlia was always so smart and so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised that I would help her.
Sounds like pedestal syndrome.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
Wounded, but yeah.
Yeah, we get the point.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people. You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her.
You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of that victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
Phone.
There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But... skadoosh.
The path to the Inner Temple was cut off.
Exactly.
Can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it?
Whee!
Dude, this is
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much.
the staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought her body back to the Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye.
Well, so much for that.
So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a Shishido. I wiped the blood off the staff of the blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Victim staff has been updated in the court record. The actual weapon used to murder the victim.
Okay.
Defend it!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dolly Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. And... so it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia! How is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
See. You don't mean she learned who Elise Dunham really was?
Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
Why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called
You know,
but still. Oh, come on, Phoenix. I think just
it's not
just
that
maybe
hard.
I know who it was.
We all do.
Yeah. That
But we
night the
have
victim
to.
was
But we
killed
have
in-
to hold the idiot ball a little bit longer.
I don't think it's an. I'll tell you my opinion on this real quick. The night the victim was killed in the garden in Inner Temple, the criminal wasn't just there by accident.
Who there?
Which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to by Hazakura Temple side by the pendulum. Actually, they did their best to hide who the real killer was. So.
Yeah. But you know, it did kind of become very obvious towards the end of Edgeworth's side of the investigation.
Well, let's keep going. I'll tell you why.
In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that was in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I could give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. I think what it is, finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself.
I mean, with a little help from Chad.
I think what it is is that Phoenix doesn't. He knows it, but he's going through a very human process of wanting to deny it. You know.
Yeah.
It was me.
It
was me.
Okay, get ready, Dasher.
Oh boy.
February 10th, 3:36 p.m. There's the courtroom number 7.
Roll.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Tests?
Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck with the pine tree.
The first knife.
Yeah, that. I totally forgot about it.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim.
So what's the results? Was it the victim's blood or?
Now the time to sleep the full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say for certain. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Yay.
There we go. Now then, we'll start this trial.
Do it.
So it wasn't Missy's blood on the dagger. Dude, hold on, give me one. Sending something to someone.
Fair enough.
I already sent stuff to. I already sent stuff to Sircon, anyways.
Yeah. This is gonna be a long one.
Okay.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big chungus, but we're nearing the end.
Dagger found stuck in the pine tree in the Inner Temple garden. The blood doesn't match the victims.
What pine tree? But they're both the defense of the prosecution, know this, but
They're referring to the bonsai tree, as Raleigh has pointed out.
It's rapidly coming to a close. I know, I'm just making the joke. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence of their claims.
I understand.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Mother up, please, Morgan, the last witness.
Line.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager of Right and Co. law offices.
Maya.
According to the magazine, I have heard that they're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
Yeah, I am frightened. The Fae Clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Well, now then, Miss Fire. When the event occurred, they were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Durham's murder. This is correct.
I didn't see any.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
Yep.
But I.
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witness come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Notice, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
Oh, no.
At the inner temple.
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" There's something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
They were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this stuff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It wasn't Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. It's just, I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that would be harder to determine the criminal from testimony alone. Well then, Mr. White, please begin your cross-examination.
Ah, crap.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all.
Alright, Vass.
Yeah?
When she said that she screamed for help, that's the one that's the pressing one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
I think I screamed.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I don't freaking know. I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
Didn't need to know that. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like the poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Press her for more details?
Thank you for the raid.
My last
Victor.
hope. My last hope.
The Vix.
Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
Hey, Vix.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
What? I said what? My
Maya,
heart. Sorry.
Look, You're facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and as you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!"
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, that's like what you do. What you call and when that happens.
That's not doing so well up there.
No, I'm not. Oh, yeah, Okay, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. Who I was screaming to for help. Can't do that.
Ah.
What is it now?
I messed up, didn't I? I messed up. I let that slip out.
Whoops.
Huh? Oh no.
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
Well, I went to keep that part a secret. Nah, what have I done?
Rally?
Rally's feeling it.
It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
I mean, it's a geological fact.
Yeah, true.
You're in court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
You think?
Witness, the information just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
Aye.
Okay, right there, Stone Lantern.
Stone Lantern, yeah.
Yep.
Has to be it.
Press or...
Yep, present Stone Lantern. No, it just meant was to present Stone Lantern.
Oh, see, I couldn't see.
Yeah. Butter, the pine tree, the grizzly bear.
Me, Bear Pig.
Guys, I'm super cereal.
So there was a man sitting behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind.
Huh?
He's the one who killed Elise Dunham. It was known as Misty Faye, your mother.
Killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
I love where your mouse keeps going, Vest. Why does the mayor left left and right?
Well, you can't see the mouse. The mouse is on stream.
Yeah, I
To
know.
be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, Stone Lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Out of the car. Let's go out. Explain this.
Another coffee?
Chip.
Add the pieces of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir.
Oh, creamer.
Not shaken.
That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Gesundheit.
Cafe au lait? Isn't that
cafe
even
au lait.
legal?
I don't know.
Mr.
Lay's
Trey,
potato
we're
chips.
the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
Does it still have Olean in it? I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. FF4. Yeah. Final
You
Fantasy
must have
4.
noticed it too, Trey. The witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it.
What did you say?
You heard him, Cyclops.
If there truly was no light in the garden,
You mean Triclops?
Nope,
there's a
what I
fatal
said.
contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick?
May I?
No.
Recall Princess' statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe the person that was standing behind her, attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Yes!
A statement, what Mr. Godot likes to drink a cafe oil of Olay? What the hell? Order, what in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright?
Mr. Your Honor, just stop, please.
Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real color in the pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Only Vin Diesel could do that.
But what does a truck have to do with anything?
Right. Do you have any idea what you're proposing?
Bang!
How could she have seen in the dark?
I have special eyes.
There was no
I
other
feel so
light
tempted to put
source
something in no
at
mic.
the scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot.
Like neon.
Did you see who? You did see who the killer was in the dark, didn't you? And now you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? The man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Stop while you're still ahead.
You talk a good
Never.
game trait, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So, what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Hey, Godot's the one that put you on the stand, not him.
Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother is... But you can't let him get away with it. I'm a Laurent, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who's the person that you saw Miss Face in the darkness? Godot.
Godot.
No, because he's the only one with light on his face.
Yep.
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see it for itself. How this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy.
Lights.
We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
The conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
Oh, that was easy.
You got it, Phoenix!
Yeah.
But it can't be. Optic blast!
That was a nice bit of deduction, trait.
Prepare to be terminated.
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
That doesn't mean you did it, though.
No, I did it. Order.
Yeah, 100% did it.
What is loading?
That's the last cup of coffee before you go to jail.
So you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Oh, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights that glow in the dark?
Answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya, please.
I thought this person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. I I gotta throw my PS into this too, so you know.
What the?
And you have a way to stretch out the last stretch here.
Stop
Off we go.
chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's my rules.
Good, he'll be put into contempt of court for all that foolishness.
Yeah, but it's clear that we're very far removed from most
Continue
logos.
with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
The killer.
Killer.
It's a killer.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the trading hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleared up too. Clean, that there, alright. Since the person did all of that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
There was ample time took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Nightmare this.
No need to apologize, said Mr. Miguel said. You're utterly exhausted.
Get out of my mind.
It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you could consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Alright, Vass.
Yeah?
Yeah, this is simple. You gotta press on the...
No, press the third statement.
The torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I'm saying it was the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
McBeth probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark.
So he said the torches were not of use anymore.
True, that's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
True, it's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who could have gained anything from that would be the only person that was in the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. Press that one.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
Almost like a 3x3 grid.
There were a lot of shelves around the inner temple. But they were all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
Not so indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed into the snow?
Yeah. The area I left it ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. Alright, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount.
True. He could have scooped up the snow just with the snow that was stained with blood.
But as we know...
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this too.
But I think this will help explain them.
Alright, now Vass, go back to her second statement.
Please now.
Okay.
That one.
Okay, present.
No, press.
Full.
The killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
Hiding it for you?
Oh no. Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden,
She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. But they're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, that's why we had to do it in that order, Vass. It's weird, so...
Yeah.
I think, yes,
Understandable.
I think
Ish.
for the... Yeah, I think for the killer's sake, well...
Present, yeah, we have to present the stone lantern itself, because...
The stone lantern.
The one piece of evidence he could not quite clean.
Yep. The body of Elise Newton was carried all the way to the Hazakurt Temple courtyard. And at the garden, the real scene of the crime, snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that this was all done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. Hold on. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd.
Oh? And what would that be?
You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in the blood on the lantern.
Hmm?
It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
Ah,
The killer was so motivated to protect Maya from the suspicion. Then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right.
Rabble.
No. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed. But does it make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, and not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing?
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
because you
I can
couldn't
tell
see
you
it.
why.
Can't see red.
I don't know what to think. Don't know what the killer's plan was. But it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
They didn't notice it.
The killer didn't notice it.
Prosecutor Gano, earlier in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Sir Colin Doyle wrote that.
As I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime... The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the wall, on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
Yes,
You're
but
right.
there's one person who isn't normal.
There is no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing on the altogether.
And who would that be?
I'm scared.
What's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Godot.
Goda. Mr. Goda, this is what you said yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern, there's something put on it. It's put in blood. Hey, Elm.
Nonsense. This lantern, It's as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, you just admitted there are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tres Bien.
On the apron.
This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's still something bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why do you not explain the bloodstain to the court?
Fine.
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
The bloodstain on the circle of the moon, obviously.
Stop my games, Popsicle, the blood-covered stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain.
You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
Plot convenience.
So, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Rosie Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Doom, also known as Miss Misty Faye.
Hard to believe that this was true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, try it.
The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he just check out that area? Ah, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he just removed the whole damn area.
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again, the style has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Maya said, hold it.
Hold it! Wait, wait just a minute. Mrs. Darn minute.
Maya.
What is it but this?
Mr. Godot, isn't the killer... After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
You can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
What?
They didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you seeing, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to get to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Yeah, nicely done, Trade.
Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple too.
After the incident.
We're gonna have to show
Why
it scroll,
was he covering for Godot? Pearlie was also stuck on the inner temple side of that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
That's a press. That is a press.
Both
That's my little cousin, Pearlie Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never let her tell a lie. She's way more honest person than I'll ever be. That's the truth.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Sorry.
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Well,
let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
Probably unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright.
I have no objections. Let's get this cross-examination started.
Let's get it started in here.
After the incident.
Okay, we'll show you
The final statement. The final statement. Press it.
He cheered her up.
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
Then here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Get it out. You're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my fucking nerves.
There's
In more
nothing
ways than
to-
one.
The truth is, there aren't many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So, I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down buttocks in my own way. That style.
Maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style.
Why
Go
would
on
you
some
investigation?
investigation.
Style, what is it?
You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything?
It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trait. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally.
Here we go.
Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Western tastes. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? God, I'm hungry.
So, you
Wait a sec. What did God just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. Only one thing
not coffee.
where was Gonat when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Miss Elise Duna.
Alright, so go back to the fourth statement, Ves.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Alright, that one, hanging scroll. He would have. He remember he's smelling gravy. Oh, Western taste gravy.
Mr.
And
Gonat.
pot roast.
The first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple,
Do not say the pot
it was
roast,
long
because I
before
want
the
one right
murder
now.
took place.
Well, I had party pizza tonight.
So hang on. Wait for me. Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training...
Oh. But Mr. Goddard is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
Most is wonderfully delicious smell.
It would have been rancid by then.
Gravy.
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? Well, why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Gonat, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Hold it! Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at that hanging scroll. Look at the top row. There's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
Then you could guess that it was the picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Gonat described what was underneath it like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue of aroma of Western tastes.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew that it was the crest, what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Gonat, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place.
It looks like this bud's being cooked.
Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite?
What is it?
This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
It's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Gonat knew about the plan.
Huh?
Why did you say?
The burnt letter.
It's possible that another person knew of that plan.
Yeah, the burnt letter. Because he saw
Burnt letter.
Yeah.
This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Faye authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Faye Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple.
And you still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr.
All right there.
Dasher?
Yeah, bud?
Vass, are you okay?
Yeah, Dash?
Dasher?
Dasher?
Yeah, I already read the line.
Well,
You cut it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it cut out. We heard you say Mr.
Mr. Gonat couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
I'm
If you
sure.
really want to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit,
A visit?
Morgan Faye told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center, That would be the best. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping. Oh, fuck.
We got a visitor at the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. For example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Now under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you're the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder.
Phoenix supplying a good seer to Godot.
Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that is why humans drink the darkness. That is coffee.
For the love of God.
Oh, for fuck's sake, someone always asking, but what does that mean?
It means that there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then, he ultimately took a person's life.
And watched as she...
He did all of that just to protect this witness.
Circle?
Right. That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this?
Revenge.
This girl is nothing but a stranger to me.
Oh, that's not completely true.
I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her.
Well, it's obvious.
I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. I'm considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life. His behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
You knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Naya, I guess you were doing your best to cover from Godot. For the same reason, huh?
I'll let you burn.
Okay, Trey. I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What is this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you to Maya Fey together inextricably.
Mia Fey.
Mia Fey.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh no.
Yep.
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot was a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
The last time someone called me by that name, it was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando, but name rings a bell.
It shouldn't be, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia faced first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a hurtless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise.
Not until round 2.
However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked at.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet.
Ah,
The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Oh, I just remembered. 6 days ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
About time you remembered.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
I see.
My body shut down. My life became nothing but a long, deep sleep.
And then in the year 3000.
That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
that's terrible.
But it gets worse.
Like all his hair, his beard is still.
Yeah, I know.
It's mostly his hair. And that can't stay.
I never heard there was poison that could make your hair white.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it damages the keratin.
Yeah.
But as for the sideburns and beard, the artist just didn't want to draw white.
His sideburns are white. It's just that his beard and goatee aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
Man, if only it was that easy.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I love had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loved?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
Really
For someone
is.
like me, for someone who had slipped away their best days. There were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were those 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died. Much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her.
He was still an apprentice.
But you let her die. It was all your fault.
Bullshit.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
I had a reason for a woman.
Okay.
My other reason for living.
I mean, it still goes in.
She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
What, you mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
Man, you're gripping that armchair really hard, Morales.
Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya. She never would have helped out.
Finally, the day the plan was drawing near, I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in case my backup plan, in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But, how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean, officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government.
Now that you mention it, he did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Karain had great authority.
Even without our official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That was how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother cooperated with you? Was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
Aww.
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mama.
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan.
You mean pearls, don't you?
We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight?
Well,
If you like, you could come to my room. Perhaps we could read some books together.
Oh, sly.
Aw.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of.
Yep.
And that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearl wouldn't be able to do it herself.
As Master of Karain, Misty Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to.
What? This time.
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Got on.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. White. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey?
No.
Then I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Kno.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I think...
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick. Please don't. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Gutta. Not really.
He's already agreed to sacrifice himself.
I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Maya, and me too.
I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Judgment must be passed down. Justice must be carried out.
Stay the testimony, please.
This is the final testimony.
Of the game.
Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand.
Oh, God.
I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness.
Why
What
does this not
exactly
affect
happened
me?
at this time of the murder?
Okay, I'll be perfectly honest. I kind of forgot this bit.
Yeah, Sturkio needs to go to bed.
This is
Take
what
care, Starkio.
It is, Sturkio.
All right. I'm
well.
sorry.
Well,
You could continue. I'm off tomorrow, so.
Now keep going.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them.
Yeah.
I thought I asked for help, but just then I was spotted with blood. She was dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red light went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness. Hey, are you happy?
These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I lied, you idiot. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, trait. Even the best theories.
But not yet.
Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it.
I think Mrs. Faye told herself that she was possessed by Dahlia Hawthorne.
I know it.
Mm-hmm.
The rest is up to me.
Well, Miss Wright. Proceed with their final cross-examination of the witness.
Okay,
That's
the whole
first statement. The first statement.
the press it.
Press it. Yeah.
When shine in the dark, I don't think you can make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were Mr. God of Mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's coming for him anymore, but...
Press harder.
Just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't it because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember. After all, there was a person I could identify in front of me.
Well, his life was in terrible danger at that time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
Alright then, let's go on to the witness testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? Alright, Vass, go to the 5th statement.
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean that moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What?
It was Godot's scream.
So that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade out and attacked the killer with it.
But the killer brought up quite a pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow. I guess.
Well, what's the right? Seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. There's a contradiction.
Contradiction.
I'm sorry to say this. That interpretation wouldn't create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Among the testimony before she just gave, before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been to the victim.
Is that right? Is that right?
She could have struck back with a sword that was already struck in the body. But what that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
It was the fruit knife.
Alright, really.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trey.
Oh, Lord. Oh.
There's nothing I could think of that could have been used as the weapon here.
If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer?
The dagger.
The dagger.
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into the pine tree.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at this killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood was already been tested? So we learned it wasn't the victim's blood. It must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
His arm.
No, it can't be. No, it can't be.
So you're saying the
Under
blood
the visor.
belongs to the killer?
Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood would prove that it's beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Goda, it would prove that it was your blood.
Tip. Thank you.
I'm not done with it. Get the bell.
Scary trait.
Motor in the car.
Hold on. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the result of a scientific test.
Let me ask you something, Trent. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer.
Which is?
Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
Yeah.
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, it was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Actually, I wasn't one.
Oh, yeah.
Phoenix.
No worries.
Okay. Yes, what does this prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
Bitch, you can't see red. You know that.
It can't be.
Well, I mean, I could have foolishly told him that there was blood on the dagger. Wouldn't matter where. He just needs to just wash the whole thing.
Yeah.
In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Detroit.
That you're full of it?
That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
Here, Armando.
In any event, it seems to establish that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue to...
Hold it! Whatever.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya.
This dagger, you said that it was wounded by the killer.
I wounded the killer.
That's right. I did.
But, if Mr. Goddard had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should have been bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maya. Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily.
Talking about, it's not that simple at all. Remember back on the day of the murder, everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
That's right. Once the break was fixed, so the police headed for the inner temple.
Mr. Goddard was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Ugh, damn it.
Excuse me, I gotta go blow my nose.
Okay, what the witness says.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
No one could have predicted the lightning strike that sucked down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
You'll be surprised.
Did the judge just take a smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes. Okay, that sounds... That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. I can just imagine Mr. Jones.
No, that's that they drag and drag.
I notice.
Yeah.
We're almost
It's
done.
like, just fucking turn yourself in, Godot.
That way he wouldn't get any blood on
And
them.
certain Danganronpa cases also suffer this.
That's impossible, Detroit. You know how cold it gets up there late at night.
Yeah.
After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Not if you're part of the Polar Bear Club.
So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Maya Fey were here.
Mia Fey.
Mia Fey.
Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here.
Come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
I'll buy it, Mr. Right. You have a cruise list to go down and bring the killer. But can you prove it? Have you even got one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Yes, I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent inventions to fruition just as you want it.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. Fighter to the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can
Okay, I'm back.
point,
Welcome back.
why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, but thankfully this is kind of a trick question.
Yeah.
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot?
Pop quiz,
Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. You gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Thanks, Mia. Well done, Mr. Right. Let's hear what you got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But he said it was impossible to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing.
There's one place, actually. One place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What'd you say?
Hidden. Take off the visor.
This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no blood stains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound.
It's the end of the line, Trite. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you were right, Vass.
You were right, dude.
You present Godot.
Yeah. Despite what you might have thought,
Because the music didn't stop, that's why Vass wasn't
exactly.
sure. No, you have to, because how else are we gonna say rip off your fucking visor?
I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was.
Yeah, okay, Robocop.
Isn't that right? Right? What was that just now? Mia.
Oh, Seacrow.
It can't be. You're living on through him.
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound.
It kind of revolves around back to when Von Karma.
It's beneath your mask!
Your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. And I'd say this whole case is solved. Well, we timed that perfectly, dude.
Yep. Yeah, Gambit his face.
Kinetic card.
Yep.
Thanks, Chip. That was 17.
You're welcome.
One more for the road.
18.
Just
Because where he's
now,
going, he's not getting any more coffee.
Nope.
I saw her spirit in you.
Yeah, prison
Yeah.
coffee.
I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Gutta.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive
Was yourself.
was me.
Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me, and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death from head on, so I ran. I
ran so far away.
Threw away my true name. Couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya?
Now,
If I had really wanted to save you, and there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
who would that be? Are you talking
Nick.
about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason.
No. Why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Well, huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into that situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Talia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Not exactly sure what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have simply been a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy, a stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from me as Neth. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people.
Yeah.
In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot.
I think you already know this. But if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Oh.
Ow.
Thanks.
Your wound. It's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Bloody tears, you say?
Ever since I
woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
You are all free now. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defend it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you were directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained to me that very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to you, Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago. Of course.
Oh god. That bitch. I wish she was just dead.
Killer X.
Like, more dead.
Right?
Woo!
Well, during part of that encounter, that was actually her that was dating Phoenix.
Remember, weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yes, something like that.
Poor
Even
Phoenix.
now, even 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
What do you mean?
They switched places.
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Yep.
Excuse me?
Nani?
What? We only met twice.
Twin switch.
The first time you met was on the fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria on the Spheric courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later.
Hence why this doesn't change.
You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It just No, it can't be true. You're not.
It,
I mean, during our whole
search your
relationship, we
soul.
were
You know it to be true.
Search your feelings, Mr. Right. You know it to be true.
For those 8 months. The one that you thought was Dolly Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
it wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me,
Mm-hmm.
Feeny.
Feeny.
You...
For Feeny's sake.
You mean... That's right. I lied to you.
Twin magic.
8 months.
Sister! But why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She had already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her for not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pen back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you back. I couldn't get it.
Ugh.
Get you to give it back.
I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months had passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was her first time that it was the first time that had ever happened.
I know, we are just tired and...
I could tell.
Yeah.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime. And I would confer with you, and she would confer with you.
I know, I was sick on 5 hours.
She must have noticed.
Oh, come on.
Notice what?
My feelings for you.
No.
If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris!
So that's what you're fighting for?
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
Oh, you sweetheart. You're such a sweetheart. I have something to say to you.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Gotta love true love.
Thank you.
I'm truly loving that this is about to end soon.
Likewise.
Oh, 19th cup coffee.
Last time.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had.
I'm gonna be out of the job now.
You've outdone yourself, Chip.
Yeah.
Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright?
Oh, and then Vass is typing away.
Yep. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
Yeah, Phoenix chooses Edworth.
The true ship. Yep.
I think you're right.
The first trial was to rule the murder of the victim, Elise Donham. At some point, I expect you will be tired for your role as an accomplice in this case.
Maybe tired too.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty.
Oh, thank God.
Do you think, Gumshoe?
Oh, my God.
No, not this
Not?
time. Nope, not this time.
Yeah, we're still
Oh my God.
Give me the damn confetti.
Nope, Gumshoe wasn't allowed inside the courtroom because there's too many demons in there.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended, was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya's being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice was served.
Mia!
Hey!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any other defense attorney you could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
Mia.
You accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia.
I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday.
No, we won't.
Phoenix.
So are you about to pass on finally?
Yep, that's it.
I've handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Yo, Nick?
Maya?
I guess it's just my sister.
Mia, what did she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
No.
Come on, cut it out with the gloomy face. Can't you see me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? Like, literally.
To my mother, I'm just impressing it really, really hard. Really hard.
Okay, you brutally attacked. You even saw your own mother die.
Get
Francisca.
Still a softy as always, Phoenix.
Excellent work, right?
Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her on that. Edward and Francisca have actually been helping me, surprisingly.
Helping you?
Yes.
Miss Whippy Pants?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, then the defense wouldn't have gone anywhere.
Yeah. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training.
Hey, considering how he fell.
And you too, Francisca. I can't believe I'm thanking her.
Okay, Deadpool.
I don't suppose. There's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry.
He recovered from all those whippings from Francisca.
Oh boy.
Hey, Shaggy!
Oh, what's with the longer than usual face?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never any use to anyone, not even once, in these past 3 games.
Nick, I'm still lying right now.
But you're asking me?
Well, Nick, is she right? Have I been living a lie this entire time? I've been in the wrong place in this world, right?
Wrong place in this world.
On script.
I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah, of course. Actually,
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No. Yeah. These portraits you painted, they were good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What? Me?
Why are you making that face, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too?
My lip. You can't be possibly captured by mere crayon.
But I only have crayons.
Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something.
So then you'll do it like you promised.
You date me?
you're going to model for my next picture.
Get Eric away, or this whip is going to go somewhere that you want it to go.
The swimsuit issue.
To anybody who was curious, the book was
Francis whipping.
Yeah. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally she would have been made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back.
I think I know where she went.
Hey, Pearly! Pearly?
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened.
Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edward, I think I'm starting to understand too.
Then tell me, Phoenix Rector, who is Maya pretending to be strong for?
Girl.
Yeah.
Pearl Bay.
The poor kid, after all. The reason that she worked so hard to follow these instructions is because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It was for the good of the Fae clan. I'm sure she believed it in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Aww.
The true little sister.
But it's cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable.
That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite a bunch of... Ooch! What was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seemed to have a mind of its own.
Oh, like, ocean engine?
Yeah, sort of, kind of.
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out, pal. Dinner's on me.
No, I'll pay for it.
No.
My Scully's just kind of, sort of gone down by a teeny wee bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class restaurant tonight.
No.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That one was for your reward.
Detective Gumshoe, you said first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Lesbian. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
It's not my fault. It was the only French restaurant in the directory.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Cryberry. You're invited as well. Oh, forget about me. Earl and I will be at the Loser's Shack eating potatoes.
It's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls.
Don't just have this happy. Oh, dang it.
Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. That has never happened before. We're in trouble, Nick.
She was literally just here. She couldn't have gotten back yet.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident.
She feels.
She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe,
Yeah, what is it, pal?
could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Mine and I will. We'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but you're a homie. We'll definitely be there. A lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
But my job is
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right? Wink.
We won't.
Where we should look? Where could Pearl have gone?
Let's go, Maya.
To the temple.
There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to.
Yeah, the
To a
temple.
burger point?
Okay.
No, the
wish.
temple. The temple.
Okay.
Legends of the Hidden Temple.
February 10th has Sakura Temple main gate.
That's the Orca Temple. That's the Car Temple.
This
Yeah,
is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's news? You're all back again so soon.
You had trouble with those Blues Brothers, Bikini?
That's
Sister Bikini.
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here. Pearly is here.
It's the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay.
You.
Pearly's not here.
Ah. Maya, there's a hanging scroll.
Ah!
No gravy.
Fully restored.
It's got to be
It's got
pearl.
to be. I'm sorry.
okay. I guess.
Yeah, you'll be pro.
Mystic Maya.
Pearly? What? Why? Why did you just leave like that?
Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya.
Whoa, calm down, kiddo.
I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. It's all my fault that Mystic Maya's brother.
That's why you came here.
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness.
You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother's gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy.
You don't have to lie to me just to make me feel better.
No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, my Mr. Rondo, Nick, and even you, Carly. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people who were there for me when I needed them. That's all I came here. That's all I can really do.
Mystic Maya.
Ready.
All right.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Rain, I don't want to have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me until the day I die. Huh?
There's a rule or something.
There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
Time for some adorableness.
What? Oh,
A photo?
The Dasher.
Mom.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what a human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Aww.
Me and Maya.
Oh no.
And showing that the bond was broken once before.
Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all.
Get out.
Well, shall I get going? Everyone's waiting. This is the day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate with what we've overcame today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay.
Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
And boy howdy.
Oh, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back.
Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Charlie. You know why? Because training in the Battle of Endurance.
Okay, Mr. Maya, I'll eat lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine, why are for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you come, you can train up right alongside us.
What?
You heard me.
I mean, it is confirmed in the manga that Wright does have some amount of medium potential.
No, really?
His midi-chlorians.
Oh, God. He's gonna be a Jedi.
Take special care of you.
No, it's Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally.
What?
It's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mr. Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
We have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
It's because of the Magatama on him.
I was wondering if I could say just one little thing.
Objection!
Sure, of course, you can.
Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too.
Here goes nothing. Objection!
Yep.
Oh,
the end.
All right.
Oh my
We still
Sorry.
need to
You're
do the roll
all
call.
free now.
No, all right. Let's do the roll credits first.
I really have to work extra hard now. Master Curran and the office manager of Wright and whatever. I'll be able to be a good big sister to Pearly too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up for a character or something like that. Again.
Not until game 6.
Shut up.
Lovely.
Oh dear.
So it's true, Mr. Nick really is missed by his tiny shiny armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's even a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I was surprised to that by making him a secret reservation.
Street Fighter Ultra. Oh god.
Which wasn't out at this time, but yeah, it was sending out.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
closer to the future of that.
Oh, wow.
Maggie brought me a brand new coat. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you didn't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
Yeah, I'll go back to the green coat.
No.
Oh, don't worry. I'll go back to it in the investigation games.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Korean exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma I had seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Okay, Sophia. No, she's more just like Sophia almost. From Battle Arena.
Yeah.
Battle Arena to Shinden.
Oh, hey!
I started a company called Master Bass Catering.
We decided to stop at the
Consulting.
That's it.
I've always cut it out, please.
Pretty cute, huh?
I hate him.
We also send blasts the criminals as a kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe.
They have like
prettiest girl
they have
ever.
like
Pow.
they have like one cameo and that's it.
I want to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre, so I lent him $50,000 and a season special thick
500,000.
tea when I mix with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Went through copper mines.
Happy Halloween.
Funny how that all ends off.
It's 12:07.
I know. Popeye.
I'm just an old man in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy clown nose waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old, and I cried like a baby.
Oh, that's sweet.
Wax me olive oil. Oh, this one.
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We have hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Maida.
Adam Maida.
As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
Okay, Microsoft.
This is Sparta. I can't believe. I know they did that joke in the game.
Yeah.
There you go, really.
More reporters. Since the murder we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because we provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back.
Sometimes, Rally, you made her sound like the mayor from Home, the king from Homestar Runner. Yeah, I know.
Turned into
If you
such a
do my
respectable
foot
man
again.
to me. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed.
You darn right, slapped him.
Voices, literally done by everybody who was at Capcom Capcom staff.
Ramen. Sean King. Objection. There you go.
There she is. Oh, Maya.
Christina
Cantano.
Cantano. James C. Wilson.
Chug. Hey.
Hey, there she is.
Hey,
This is
Sue.
Von Karma.
Oh, she's great. David Crislip.
Wilson Pine, David Crispin.
Wilson
I
Payne.
did it really time. No, I didn't.
Oh no.
Wendy.
Oh no.
Oh no. What's this? I'm back from a long time vacation. No one here to visit me. I guess when I was gone, my living whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I got no more. What kind of blown crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What kind of all this flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I supposed to do with all this machinery and this trouble?
I can even nuts.
Blah, 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 blah,
Maybe
blah,
I get it.
blah, blah.
Acronym something better than Foundry.
Oh, well, I've never run into the...
Intergalactic planetary.
Oh, good God.
Well,
If I see Miss Wendy again, I'm going to scream.
There you go, Shaggy.
I finally found something I love to do. Francie's whippity whip trip is going to be a hit. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
No, you're a loser. No,
I'm a loser, baby.
He's actually a good
They should get
artist.
Gigi Mikami.
Yep.
And he does get like a
Yep.
major hit.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. That's why I say he's a good artist.
Remember, he said he needed the models. Yeah, I need everyone to.
Okay, yeah, he's a really good artist. Get that. Hey,
Yeah.
Larry. Go professional.
Well, that was his teacher. Remember? Then of course he was going to draw his mentor.
Yeah, and he does and he does indeed go professional, as we will find out in Investigations 2.
Yep.
Oh, Larry.
I want to say really quick.
Yes.
Thank you, Vass.
Yep.
Yes. Thanks.
Where's the butterfly?
But how long was that?
But we're not quite done with Phoenix right yet, because we have one more case in the first original game, which introduced us to Apollo Justice. That is Rise from the Ashes.
Yep.
The return of the Blue Badger.
Well, I think it's more accurate to say the debut of the Blue Badger, because it's Investigations 1 that he returns.
Well,
I know, but
actually, the debut of the new design of the Blue Badger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, we get the 3D version here.
Yep. Yep. Like, this is where all the evidence mechanics begin, and this is where the introduction of a recurring character named Emma Skye.
Well, Horatio, looks like this Phoenix is rising from the ashes. Yes!
Yeah. And actually, you know what? I was thinking. Do you think I could be a good Emma Skye?
Sure, go for it.
Hey, it's your channel.
Your stream, yeah. Why don't you be Emma?
No, that's us.
All right. I'll just see y'all later. Until then, we're gonna stop.